Hello, hello everybody, welcome back. We are here with the Ironman challenge again. I have one goal for today. We're gonna make about 9 million ISK. And that will get us into a Caracal trainer. Let me set it to inside region. So you'll see here, it's gonna cost us about 8.8 million ISK in order to get our hands on this Caracal trainer, because that is the only way that we can actually purchase this ship. And with that ship, we should be able to run all of the anomaly sizes in our system. And in doing so, that would make us more capable of getting something like the MOA trainer, which is about 82, 83 million ISK, which will give us quite a bit of tank, and allow us to be able to run, like, some harder content without many problems. One of the problems the MOA trainer has is the 2 mid slots. It really relies on, like, a Web of Fire and a Nosferatu. But for the content in our system, I don't think we really need all that much in terms of capacitor need, especially on the MOA trainer. So we'll have a look at what we can do with that. But that's a little while off. We've got to get our hands on this Caracal trainer first. So the Caracal trainer is going to give us some missile torpedo flight velocity and some flight velocity on the cruiser itself. Pretty much will put us just outside of the damaging range of most of the ships in our system. I don't know about in a large anomaly. That could be a problem for the Caracal trainer unless we can get some medium missiles rather than the medium rapids or the medium torpedoes. Hi Jenner, how you doing today? So we'll see what kind of range we're working with on the medium rapids or the medium torpedoes, because I do have 3 of each and I need 4. So we'll try to gather up some loot as we're clearing anomalies today as well. But our main goal for right now is just to try to get, our hands on one of these Caracal trainers. At the end of the last Ironman, we did lose a very important ship because I just did not trust the information that I was given. So we have lost the John Yu. Unfortunately, we went into a Guristas Inquisitor, just not really paying attention to the information that was given to me on that being a Tech 10 anomaly. I just could not believe that it was going to be in high sec. Now I know for sure. And we lost the ship. So we cannot get it back since we are not allowed to use IP. Let me go ahead and swap over to the Ironman layout here. There we go. Up in the top left, you will see the rules and regulations applied to this character. We'll go through those rules once more here. I am not allowed to use IP for any sort of replacement. So that means if a ship dies, it is dead permanently, and I will have to either buy a new one or build a new one. I am not allowed to do any player market trading. So anything that a player has put up on the market, I am not allowed to buy it. I am also not allowed to trade with another player or have another player give me anything. Everything I do has to be built by myself. That means I have to do all of the planetary. I have to, uh, I have to find all of the blueprints. I have to do all of the reverse engineering. Everything is done by me in the original way of getting things, I guess I want to say. I am only allowed to have a home here in low sec, and I can only go to high sec to run missions and encounters. So let me go ahead and actually set my base just to make sure we have our base set. I'm debating whether or not I can use the cloning to jump to high sec. I think it would be nice to have. Or jump to a different low sec system, which would also be very valuable to me. There's a number of low sec systems that I would like to have access to in a very short amount of time. And doing so will help me with this and the progress that we have. I am only allowed to pay for Omega Basic as the only external purchase that we can actually make. And limitations on the market or the store are that I can only make ISK purchases / loyalty point purchases or Concord point purchases. And if I buy anything off of the market, it has to be an item that is seeded on the market. So when we were talking about the Caracal Trainer, you can see here how there are player ones here. I cannot buy those. However, I can buy this one here, which is seeded on the market. Meaning that the game developers have placed them in the market for people to buy, and to allow for progression. It also will help with the severity of losing ships. It means I won't have to build a really powerful ship every time I die. Especially in one of these, I can just buy another one if I have the ISK. So, that is the rules that I must abide by on this character. We shall see how we do today. Like I said, our goal today is to make about 9 million ISK in total, so we can get one of those. Yeah, I don't think Ironman's a super carrier, but I'm still back and forth on actually doing like a super carrier build on the main characters. That would be so hard though. It'd be a lot easier if I could funnel ISK from the alpha accounts when they hit Tech 8, and they're running Dormant Realms. If I could funnel their ISK into the main account, we could probably do it pretty easily. Alright, so we're gonna get started here. I gotta check the orbit. 18 kilometers seems about right. And let's see here. Yeah, we have about 20 kilometer missile range. That gives us a 2 kilometer buffer between ship movement to try to hit our targets and try to keep outside of damage range. Yeah, it should be pretty good. Let's have a look at some of the things that we have gotten as like daily rewards and stuff. You'll notice we have a lot more in our hangar this time around. Let's see what's new. We've got the Broken Young engine. Pretty cool. Just tells you a little bit of history about the Young. We're definitely going to use this cruiser command to get some extra get some extra, skill points. Yeah, Chaostic. I think under every single YouTube description for all of my videos, the Discord, the Twitch link is there. And then on my YouTube channel itself, I have the Twitch link, the Discord link, and I think one other. I can't remember what the third link was, but yeah. I should probably consider putting something on screen. And I might do that in the future. What else do we have here? We have the skins for the Korax and stuff. I'm gonna keep going with the Korax skins. I do like them. They're some of my favorite looking. Okay, so we have a weapon skill safe. This is a very important item for us. What this will allow us to do is get 4 levels, I believe it is. Yep, 4 levels in any one of these weapon systems. What I'm thinking in the top of my head is that I want to go with the MOA trainer in the near future. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab this medium railgun operation, but then I have a second crate. We could look at going for another weapon system, or we can put it into like medium missile torpedo operation, get some skill points back, and we can put those skill points into like an advanced skill to help us out. And that sounds really, really good. And I think that's the way we should go. Because I don't see us flying any cannon or laser ships other than maybe, like, trying to get our hands on a Blood Raider ship. Like the Cruor or something of that nature. But I just don't see that happening anytime soon. Well, thank you, Chaostic. I really appreciate that you enjoy my content. So we're gonna go ahead, like I said, we're gonna get the 1 medium railgun operation, and then we're gonna get the medium torpedo operation. And we're gonna go ahead and activate those. So we got about 67,000 skill points back from that. Our next item here is a weapon rig safe. I really want to have these bay loading accelerator prototypes for the God, we were just talking about it. My brain is all over the place today and I can't have a single thought. The Caracal Trainer. If we can get a couple of those missile activation time rigs, that's really going to boost our capabilities for clearing out anomalies. So I definitely want to have my hands on those. We're only going to have access to 3 of them. So it's likely I will just put 1 on the Caracal in the hopes that we don't die. And just get like a 4.5% activation time buff. Our next item here is going to be pretty much we're going to only choose the capacitor control circuit, so let's go ahead and grab those. Hi Snoopy, how you doing today? we also have our faction battleship Nanocore. The only ship that I see us being able to actually build would be the Rattlesnake right now, because we're in Guristas space. Although I'm not opposed to building, like, any of these other options. A Nestor would be kind of fun. But good luck for me trying to actually build a Nestor. Or even just trying to get, like, a blueprint for a Nestor. That would be very hard on this account. We do now have 52 Caldari ship debris, which we can use for reverse engineering. Of these ships, the ones I am most interested in are the Heron Covert Ops. And that is for the... Let me find it here. For the scan resolution and stuff on the Heron Covert Ops. With the flight velocity and the cargo hold. That will help us to have access to high-sec scanning. Just wow. This would make such a massive improvement in our capabilities. But, in order for us to get our hands on this, we have to pretty much build this blueprint with an 86% chance to actually succeed right now, since I have no skills in reverse engineering. But we need to find these Caldari Starship Engineering cores and these electromagnetic physics data cores. There's a couple of ways we can do this. The first way is to try to find somebody who is running the new event, because we could loot quite a few, like, blueprints and stuff from a waste seeker. And that could really boost our capabilities here. We can also... what else could we do? We could run around high-sec trying to find, like, a level 1 Inquisitor to run. That would not be that hard for us to handle. And there's a chance that we could get some of these materials from that. It would be a lot easier for us to just find someone who's willing to run Waste Seekers for us. And we could loot everything, all the boxes. So those are kind of my thoughts. And I don't really know how to approach that. We do also have a gold compiler from the current regional development event. And while we're here, let's also get some skill points in... what is it? Component manufacturer? Production? No, it's under... invention. So I want Caldari invention. This is gonna help us a lot with reverse engineering. It'll also give us, like, an extra reverse engineering job that we can do. So let's go ahead and start with that, since we are in Caldari space and we're intending to do that. Let's just do that. We're gonna put this at level 4, I believe. I think that's going to be really good for us. It's going to be a little too expensive for us to get into the advanced reverse engineering stuff. Should probably also get, like, Dead Space and reverse engineering. I think that should be really good if we can get into it at Tech 7. Let's go ahead and do this as well. Having access to reverse engineering on mining ships and stuff will make a huge difference for us. And then we're also at Tech 6, we will probably do that. We've got about 36,000 experience left here. I should maybe put that into, like, exploration. We can't do anything for space exploration technology until Tech 7, though. But hacking could be useful for us in the near future. Let's have a look back at our weapons here. We could finish off medium missile torpedo upgrade level 4. But we really should look at, like, medium railgun upgrade for the MOA Raider. And then we'll finish off what we've got for the medium missile torpedo upgrade. Alright, that puts us at 70 hours until Tech 6. That should be good. Is anybody going to be running, like, a small waste seeker today that I can maybe stop by and grab a bunch of loot from? Or maybe we could run a couple of small waste seekers? Because I really need to get my hands on the the Caldari, orbs. What else would be useful for us on this character? Actually, maybe like a destroyer nanocore could be nice. If the Corax is in here. No, of course not. It'd be nice to have one of these, like, Manticore nanocores. Kestrel would also be really nice to have. Something to think about. That's gonna take 32,000 Concord credits, though. And we could just roll keys until we get some of these anyway. I don't really think there's that much that's useful to us in the LP store. maybe we can get our hands on, like, a pacifier blueprint eventually. We can use it for, like, Sisters of Eve, ship debris, sentient damage control would actually be really nice to have. But we're just kinda not really using any of this. We can't do anything there, and we can't do anything there. Alright, so, man, where do I start? Do I start with going to high sec and seeing if we can find some level 1, Guristas Inquisitors? Or do we try to make, like, 8 million ISK first? It's gonna take us a while to make 8 million ISK. It could also take the same amount of time for us to, actually find an Inquisitor we can run. There's a small Waste Seeker in my system. I'm pretty sure we would die going into that.
Warp drive active.
We're gonna turn on our auto orbit.
We're under attack.
We should be able to get out of range pretty easily.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, since we're outside of their weapon range, we're not gonna hear the combat music all that much. Dang, I'd really like to run that small Waste Seeker, but I doubt I could even survive. Even if I could get, like, into the first room, and, and loot those boxes, it would be very useful to me. No loot. We've got a few Guristas mediums, which is a little bit rough for this ship.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Having that 18-kilometer range just keeping us outside of damage is really good. Ah, we almost one-shot frigates.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, the corporation tech level has, like, really limited how many of those things are even on the market. Honestly, this is not going that bad in a medium. I really am impressed with what it's doing right now. This heron keeps running away.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, we're doing some good work today with this ship. And we are so close to one-shotting these things. If we can get our hands on another, like, Mark III missile, we should actually just one-shot these frigates. And we got a couple of things of loot to grab.
Warp drive active.
These level 3 anomalies are really good for our current fit. The level 5 anomalies are a little more difficult for this ship, especially since there's cruisers here.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
That frigate is coming pretty quick. Let's see if we can get that thing taken care of. We're watching a legend in the making, trying to get his hands on a very expensive ship. Hey Jenner, are you in the area near me? I've got a small waste seeker in here. Um, and if you can clear that out quick, I could grab some of those boxes to get me started on,
Autopilot engaged.
on reprocessing or reverse engineering.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
That would be great if you could help out like that. Or if you want to be in high sec and you have a high sec one near you, I can head toward you if you don't want to be in low sec to do that. But I seriously need to get my hands on some of these, just any sort of waste seeker. Because I need the, what are they? I need the reverse whatever for the Heron Covert Ops. I need these things. Data Core Starship and Data Core Electromagnetic. Which we can get both of these from Waste Seekers. Yeah, that'd be great. What system are you in? Let's see, what do we got here on this thing? I do have a regular Heron. That'll give me enough, Unel 0.9. Okay. Let me at least get fitted with, like, an afterburner and, like, a capacitor battery or something. Still just not enough. Okay. Okay, give me a while to get there. I've gotta actually find you. Okay, it's about 15 jumps from me, which is nice.
Autopilot engaged.
Yeah, let me,
Undocking.
let me get you on fleet, I guess.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp
I
drive
don't think
active.
it'll allow me this time around.
Warp drive active.
If you can try to invite me, that might work. Because it doesn't have that add player option for me. I don't know why.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
It'd be really good if we could get this done today. This would actually be a lot easier for us to do to get our hands on the Caracal trainer. Yes.
Warp drive active.
Not MAN, it's just MN.
Warp drive active.
IRNMN test. There we go. I'll be there eventually.
Warp drive active.
I think that would give us a really good head start on our reverse engineering. It'll also give us access to blueprints that would be
Warp drive
really
active.
hard for us to even find normally. If I find something like really expensive, I'll drop it for you.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I am 6 jumps out now.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
There's Snoopy. I found you.
Warp drive active.
I gotta go 3 more jumps though.
Warp drive active.
Another small waste seeker in this system.
Warp drive active.
I need to sort by name.
Destination reached.
Okay, General, I'm in system. It's okay for me to go to the first room, right, you said?
Warp drive active.
Or at least the entrance. Hi, how you doing?
Fleet approach.
I've got the map pulled up, so if you want to just go in whatever room you're going in and let me know what room number it is, I can just follow the map. That'll work as well. So you don't have to slow down. 4? Okay. Yeah, you can just kill, I'll get the loot. Let me know, once you've gotten through into the next room and what room it is. I would prefer you trying to hit all of the loot rooms at least. But do what you feel you want to. Yeah, I've gotta work on doing my
How are you
advanced
feeling,
road to
pilot?
set sail stuff.
How are you feeling, pilot?
Alright. Now you're in 10, okay.
Warp drive active.
So that means I need to go towards the down. Okay, that sounds good. Like I said, I'm just following the map as you're going through.
How are you feeling, pilot?
What else can I do here? Save a fitting. Custom appearance with a nanophore. Earn ISK. Now you are on 12. Okay.
Warp drive active.
So 12 is up. Yeah, after you're done with that room, you would go right back to the beginning. Yeah, I am not opposed to mooching on this character.
Warp drive active.
It's already gonna be hard enough. So if I can take advantage of like one item in an event, I will. Yeah, we can do that. It's 4 jumps from here. Yeah, see what we can get out of that too. What I mostly need though is the Caldari debris stuff. The Caldari version of this. Because that's Galente and this is a Mar. And we'll see what we get from this. Because it should drop pretty much everything. Let's see. That's one of the items I think I need. Yes, the loot rooms are the green triangles. Arriba means up, abajo means down if you sort by name. Yay, I got the Caldari loot. 2 is clear? Okay.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Yep, so we are getting the items that I need, at least. Yeah, right now the super carriers are highly limited per corporation. Yeah, Jitter, if instead of going to like a different region of space, let's just clear the lab, and then if you find like another one of these larges or something, or whatever medium or small that you're running, that would work out too. If there's anything you see in here that you want, like this focus crystal thing, or any of the blueprints, just let me know and I'll drop them for you. The only thing that I want is all of these little ball things. I need like a pretty good backlog of those. Okay. Five is clear. It's fine. It doesn't matter where
Warp
you're at.
drive active.
Where you're typing. I mean, there's really only, 3 people watching, you and Battletech and Snoopy, so... I'm not afraid that somebody will come in. You can use the in-game chat as well if you feel uncomfortable. Either one works. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back. 11 is clear. Okay, that is... the only gate.
Warp drive active.
You should be going back to the beginning now, right? Or hitting 6, I guess. 6 is clear.
Warp drive active.
Yep, I'm going into 6 for the wreck. Tracking disruptor is kind of nice.
Warp drive active.
And now we should be going through the middle once you're done. Yeah, this will pretty much give me a good amount of these in order to start doing reverse engineering for ships, and that's what I really need. I especially needed this one, and I believe it's this one. Yeah, the electromagnetic and the Caldari starship. And then we'll at least be guaranteed the success rate because of our skills. That's really nice. Okay, we can go through middle. And internet killed it.
Warp drive active.
Okay, are we back? Having a little bit of a hard time there. some more electromagnetic, which I need. Yep, those two are going to be very important for me. There's the mower. Eight is clear, okay. That'll be down once I loot all this stuff. Yeah, I've gone through a lot of combinations myself. I still have 18 of the, combination refills in my hangar. Oh, wow. Yeah, I almost missed the old style of Waste Seeker. But both of them are very good. Oh, nice. I should really only need to do this one. We're gonna have quite a few of these by the end of this, so... You said the next one was ready to go, 8 clear. So I need to go down.
Warp drive active.
That'll allow us to at least get our hands on, like, a Heron Covert Ops. This is top tier PvE, yeah. Looting just takes forever when everything is like 60 kilometers away. Nice, we got another set of stuff that I need. 13 is clear for you. Yeah, I mean, if you want to run the next large, and I can follow you into that too, it's fine. So now I've got 2 of these. Oh, it's too bad this character cannot sell things on the market. Yeah, I feel like we need to start having tractor beams or, cash cans. Just so it can bring loot closer to us as we go through. Hey, you cleared 7? Nice, a target painter. I could really use that. Especially on the Caracal. What? Okay, let me go to the next one.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, we still have 14 that you have to run if you're going to. You've pretty much hit all of them except for 14 and 9. Oh my god, these jumps are so far away. Yeah, yeah, that should be right. Let's grab another one that's 50-something kilometers away. So let me go back to the beginning here. Right? No, I'm in 13. I still need to do 7. which is up.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, you can get some really good bounty if you're not looting. I might actually have a chance to catch up to you. Let's see, we've got 22 of the Caldari and 23 of the electromagnetic physics. That's enough to get me a few blueprints. That's really good.
Warp drive active.
Uh-oh. I need to go down. What are you upset about, Shnoopy?
Warp drive active.
Then I need to go up.
Warp drive active.
What's got you upset? Aww. That sucks. Yep, I'm just waiting on you to clear 14. Yay, there we go. Yeah, that sucks, Snoopy.
Warp drive active.
Give me a minute, because I gotta enter that last room.
Warp drive active. How are you feeling?
Alright. Let's see what I ended up with, because that'll decide whether I join you or not. We got 33 of these and 23 of those. I should probably join you. I don't know. I kinda wanna just go back to my station though. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. But thank you, Jenner, for clearing that out and letting me have the loot. Is there anything you want from in my inventory? I think I've got like one integrated pulsar light. Barrage repression, focus crystal. These things are supposed to be worth it, but like, they're actually only worth like 100,000 right now. Alright, thank you, Jenner. I appreciate the carry and helping out the character. That'll really help us with getting into our reverse engineering.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Yeah, with what we did there, that'll give us access to a
Warp drive
Heron
active.
covert ops, which we can use for high-sec scanning. And that should be able to help us with blueprints and more of those orbs. That'll just get us started really quite well. Now the next thing we need to do is find a
Warp
low-sec
drive active.
system that has level 7 anomalies, I think. Whatever the first one is that starts dropping scanners. Scanners and analyzers.
Warp drive active. How are you feeling, pilot?
Let's see, we should be able to do the 5 million ISK and the 10 million ISK over time, which would get us into the Caracal trainer. So hopefully that'll be pretty easy to do.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
There's a level 10 Inquisitor.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Seems like our little corner of space is pretty, empty.
Warp drive active.
I'm pretty sure the MOA trainer should be able to run a small waste seeker. It's got enough tank. I know that much. It's 30 kilometers away.
Warp drive active.
Our home system is clear, but there is a few people in the system nearby.
Warp drive active.
I think they're running a story mission, by the way.
Desk docking request accepted.
Alright, let's see what we've got here. The value is supposed to be like 2 billion-isk, but realistically it's only like a few hundred million, maybe like 200 million, 300 million. The most important items for us here are this guide target painter, the Caldari Starship Engineering, and the data core electromagnetic physics, along with all of these other data cores, but those two in particular. Pretty much none of the blueprints are useful to me in the current moment. Caldari 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Go ahead and get back into our Corax here. And we will equip the new level 3 missile instead of the Mark 1, because I think I saw Mark 3 in here. Yep. Good. Actually, I wonder if it would be a good idea to throw on like a Mark III guidance disruptor. It could help us out. Okay, so we're going to check out repairs.
How
We're
are you
also
feeling,
going
pilot?
to organize our stuff in the item hangar.
How are you feeling, pilot?
What else does it want? Sort items in inventory, okay. Earn 5 million ISK and earn 10 million ISK to preview a ship skin. Okay. Let's go ahead and hit sort. Okay, there we are.
How are you feeling, pilot?
Got 100 IP for that. Not useful to me at all. These other two require me to make ISK. Let me
How are
check
you
out
feeling,
the advanced tutorial. See if there's anything there that we can collect. We can get ourselves a small afterburn with a few thousand skill points. Can also get like a destroyer engineering. That would be really nice to have. But to do that, I need to complete a few things. $50,000 cubic meters of ore is a lot, but I do need to start doing that. Yep, we should absolutely do the Heron Covert Ops. We can pretty much build this based off of only Spud. That would be really nice if I could just target Spud main for that. These are a little harder to get my hands on. It's gonna take some time. Let's go ahead and get that started. That'll be our main high-sec ship. And when we're looking at actually manufacturing it, we need quite a few skill points to make this reasonable for us. Maybe I should do some mining. I know, that could be really good for us if we can get some mining done as well. The ISP is going to take us a while to get. We only have one Mark III miner, unfortunately. I don't know how we're going to get our hands on another one, or a Mark V if we can get our hands on that. My only thought on that is to get it from the industrial ship spawns that happen. That's a hard choice. I should just work on getting bounty tips right now.
Undocking. Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
How much is this taking for activation? 42? Okay, I need to turn that off. Okay, our reverse engineering is done. think I'm gonna wait on the DR1 for right now until we can get our hands on the rattlesnakes. Because at that point we can start actually climbing through DR1, and it won't feel like you're just carrying me. This next one should kill it. Nice. Yeah, this is going a lot better with the skills that we have now. Um, I just really need to get my hands on a Caracal trainer. And this will become a cakewalk. This next enemy has no damage, so we're good there. Hey, what have we got so far? We've got a medium shield booster, medium reactive hardener, some Caldari ship debris, and two Mark V medium torpedo launchers. That should actually be really good for us if we want to do like a brawling fit on the Caracal. We can fit it with like an afterburner, 4 medium torpedoes, and then like two reds and a yellow, and we should be golden for a tank. We only have 4 low slots, so 2 reds, a yellow, and an afterburner should be pretty good with the torpedo fit. I don't think that would work on a large, but a small and a medium would be just fine.
Enemy ships
Okay, wave
detected.
2. Let's see what comes after me first.
We're under attack.
Whatever decides to be hauling toward me, that's what I need to focus on. Okay, that got rid of that guy. Now we're working on the Caracal. It seems this wave does not have a whole lot of longer range missiles. They might all have like railguns or torpedoes. That's a win in my book. That means we can get through this pretty comfortably. I'm trying to keep a pretty close eye on local. I don't want to miss somebody warping in to the system. Yeah, they seem to have shorter range weapons. Oh,
Autopilot
it's Steel Dragon.
engaged.
I don't know if he knows it's me.
Autopilot engaged. Warp drive active.
Warning. Capacitor running low.
I'm not gonna take any chances.
Autopilot engaged. Desk docking request accepted.
Wait and see what happens here, see if he moves on. Since he's doing scanning. Yeah, we now have like a full fit for medium torpedoes. That'll be really good. Well, let's just hope this doesn't bite me in the butt. Okay, he has moved on. Medium... I don't know which medium I was working on.
Warp drive active.
That might be it.
We're under attack.
No, this is not the one. Because these guys have long-range missiles.
Warp drive active.
Which is a lot harder to deal with on this ship. This is the one I was at.
We're under attack.
I'm gonna get pretty close to that. Cargo. That hurt.
Warning, capacitor running low.
So we're pretty much looking at about 500,000 every bounty tick right now. That would take us like 4 hours to make the money for the Caracal trainer.
How are you feeling, pilot?
I would say that's like better than average for a Caracal or Corax trainer. I think that's a little bit better than average. We're going to see a pretty massive increase when we get into the Corax trainer, the Caracal trainer though. Corax just lacks a lot of things about it. It doesn't have very good capacitor stability right now because I don't have a Nosferatu. The speed is a little slow because I would rather have a micro warp drive, but we're still lacking there as well. The tank is pretty bad, so I can't stay close. Ooh, you think you got somebody to manufacture one for you? That'd be really good if you do. Yeah, I hope it works out for you. That'd be really cool to have a super carrier. Especially one of the really hard to get ones. They won't ban you for that. It's honest. Nice. Okay, time to dock.
Autopilot engaged. Warp drive active. Docking request
He's
accepted.
already left.
Undocking. Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
I mean, heavy fighters are a little different from normal fighters, Jenner. Heavy fighters are very tanky. It doesn't seem like it, but you'd have to ask around, because I do see a lot of people running supers in DR4. I don't think they do that well in DR3, but DR4 seems to be where all the supers congregate. Yes, sir. Thank you for joining in. I appreciate it.
Enemy ships detected.
boy, am I flying right at them?
We're under attack.
Okay, let's see who comes at me. Lock that up. Lock that up. Having to deal with medium missiles is significantly harder. Because they have much longer range and still pretty good application. Yes, I got a medium Nosferatu. Finally. That's such a good improvement for us. Especially if we step into the Caracal. I need to keep this Nosferatu safe. That is such a valuable asset to us now. We also got 2 more Mark V missile launchers, so we can upgrade our DPS a little bit. Right now we're running Mark IIIs, so a Mark V would be really nice to get our hands on, to have equipped on here. How much capacitor does that mean? Not capacitor, power grid of 69. How much does this thing have on its power grid? No, not even close. That Nosferatu is gonna make such a world of difference for us on how we stay alive with the Caracal. it means we can finally have some sort of capacitor recharge as well. If we end up getting 2 Nosferatus, we could probably run like a brawl fit on the Caracal, because we'll have more than enough capacitor coming in to run the medium shield booster like all the time. And the medium torpedoes are just gonna tear through some of these larger ships much better than the medium rapids. Yeah, we're just gonna have to tank these medium missiles for a little bit. Until we get rid of this Caracal here. It's not too much damage coming in. I would like a little bit more speed on my side, though, to help negate some of that damage. Okay, so that one was a pretty good bounty take. We got about 700,000 out of that with commendation. We're slowly working our way up to that 8 million ISK. We're about a third of the way. We should have our Caracal trainer in just one more bounty tick. And we can get it from a box. That would be so good. Means we can really start working toward that MOA. That MOA is going to make a huge difference for us because of the resistance bonus it gets. It's just going to blast through a anomalies much easier than the Caracal would. Okay, because we're gonna be pretty much killed by him constantly, I'm gonna try to go ahead and loot these wrecks real quick.
Warning, capacitor running low.
We're gonna take the full damage pretty much anyway. Was that a shield extender there? Yep, that was a medium shield extender. That's interesting. And we got our last medium rapids, so that means we can go with medium rapids on the Caracal now. That's going to be a huge improvement over the torpedoes, meaning we can stay out of damage range pretty comfortably with the Caracal. Uh-oh. Internet issue. There we go. We just need one more bounty tick to get our hands on it. I thought we'd had to go to 10 million bounty, but no, it's only 1 million. We're only on wave 4 of 5. The next wave I'm gonna have to be pretty careful with as well. Unless this next wave is only going to be the ore ships, which I would really prefer if it was just ore ships. Like haulers and crates and stuff.
Enemy ships detected.
Nope, it is quite a few enemies.
We're under attack.
So we're gonna keep on our path here. See what comes after us. I do see a rifled railgun shooting at us. We're just gonna use keep at range against the cormorant here, so we can maintain a little bit of distance from him. Those guys can be a little bit scary. But we should be okay at the distance we're at right now. Just pick them off one at a time. See if you can drag a few of them way out of range here. What is this one here? Hopefully I can get rid of this Caracal, which will take this Guidance Disruption and Nosferatu off of me. Make sure I reapply my auto dock. I think the next guy we go after is this Covert Ops Aaron. I'd like to go after this rifled railgun guy. Just to stop the incoming damage. There doesn't seem to be any missiles here, which is good. It means I can more easily escape damage as I'm orbiting things. Because my speed should out-traverse some of these weapons. And my range will also help me. Just trying to keep an eye on my capacitor and my health as well. We're taking out targets that are important and a nuisance. It's important to get rid of the guy with the Nosferatu and the Guidance Disruption, because I need capacitor and I need the range on my missiles. And then we're gonna take out this guy with the railgun, because he's the only one out here actually doing damage to me at any range. The rest of them seem to be short range, and not as much of a problem. Even this Covert Ops Heron seems to not be doing a whole lot to me, although the closer he gets, the worse it gets for me.
Warning, capacitor running low. Warning, capacitor running low.
Come on, start orbiting. God dang.
Capacitor running low.
I gotta turn off that shield booster. I've gotta get my traversal up to handle this, Caracal.
Warning, capacitor running low. Warning, capacitor running low. Warning, capacitor running low.
We are struggling a little bit here. I'm trying to balance my capacitor and my health. if I can get rid of this small ship, then I can start focusing on the one that's really destroying me.
Warning.
Let me
Capacitor
get a
running
couple
low.
of activations in here.
Warning. Capacitor running low. Warning. Capacitor running low.
And this is that sort of dance of death
Warning.
kind of
Capacitor
thing.
running low.
This guy with the missiles is now firing at me, so that's annoying.
Warning. Capacitor running low.
I need to slow him down so I can keep my orbit going. Ain't orbiting that one, stop
Capacitor
it.
running low.
I need to keep my traversal up. I don't care as much about the guy with the
Warning. Capacitor
missiles if I
running
can
low.
stay away from him. Get my shields back up a little bit. Turn off my shield booster now.
Warning. Capacitor running low.
Oh, hell. Okay. I missed my chance there.
Warning. Capacitor running low.
I think if I had a little bit better skills, it wouldn't be so hard for me to run this, booster. And he's gonna be just within range for me to loot this as I pass. Same with this destroyer wreck, I believe. I need about 9 kilometers to show up. Nice, I'm Mark 5 adapted, that's really good. That'll help us out quite a bit when we get this caracal. We should be seeing a bounty tick relatively soon. Okay, let's get an orbit going on this next guy. You can see here now that we've gotten rid of that long-range damage carousel with the railgun. We're no longer having problems with capacitor and healing. It's all fine now. We had a few things get in the way of us trying to kill that thing early on. However, it worked out. We piloted well. We managed our capacitor and our health quite well. And now we're on the easy part. Hopefully as we pass this cruiser wreck we can loot it. I don't know exactly where it is, but it's somewhere nearby us. Okay, the next one that's kinda close to us. We're gonna go ahead and actually try to loot that one as we pass as well. The Corax is just a really comfortable ship to be doing this with, because you're not so worried about, like, missing your shots. You're more worried about actually flying the ship and keeping yourself alive. I mean, I should just pass right between the two of them. Got another wreck to grab. I think I'm gonna run in there and try to grab that. Maybe after we kill this guy. I don't know, it doesn't seem that bad. I mean, that would put us really close to him, and if he's got torpedoes, he could really tear us apart. I wasn't necessarily paying attention to see if this ship was the, capacitor. Whew. I wasn't necessarily paying attention to whether he was the capacitor transmitter ship that was in the area. And so I don't know if he's actually running weapons or not. Feels like a bug flew in my throat. That wasn't a sneeze. That was me choking on something that flew in my mouth. Or whatever it was, whether it be a bit of dust or something. Just out of nowhere. My god. I'm actually pretty pleased with the Corax clearing this level 5 medium. Last time we tried this, we really were struggling, but we were also up against a lot more ships with longer range weapons. So it just goes to show you, when you're up against some of these enemies, you need to pay attention to what is being used against you. I think this was like the perfect scenario of me analyzing each ship in each wave and determining what I needed to get rid of to make it through. I like it. We're gonna start heading toward that wreck. Yeah, I really wish the Corax line was a little better. But it's a good ship to have.
Enemy ships detected.
Y- Yay, we have industry personnel. This is our first set.
We're under attack.
Yay, our first industry personnel. That's awesome. They don't have weapons. Well, I mean, it looks like they do, but they're pretty much useless. You'll get some really good loot from these guys. And what I'm looking for is small ore, wreckage. So that way I can make a blueprint for a Venture 3. Here we got nothing from that. Come on, give me good loot. Ah, we got no loot. Oh well. But, on the bright side, because of this, we are now going to be in our Korax trainer. Not Korax trainer. Caracal trainer. I'm excited. We actually had a 400,000 bounty reward there, so that was 800,000 with our commendation. That also cleared out this one, which gives us the Day 7 completion reward, along with the ship of our choice. Super excited to have the Caracal trainer to use now. Okay, let's go ahead and dock. We will be keeping every ship at our disposal, because if something blows up and we don't have enough money, we can always go back to a lower tier ship, and continue our grind.
Destination docking request accepted.
Alright, so let's go ahead, we'll get our 80,000 skill points, and we will get our skin crate, which gives us the option of choosing a skin for the Caracal trainer, the Stabber trainer, the Vexer trainer, and the Omen trainer. If we were going for any other ship here, I would go for the Stabber trainer. And that is only because the Stabber trainer can fit medium strike cannons, and that compounded with the medium cannon operation bonus here gives you a really good long-range PvE option. It is such a good ship. It is one of the first ships I ever got my hands on, before realizing that I really liked missiles compared to cannons. So let's go ahead and claim our crate. We are satisfied. I'm going to exit out of that. We're going to drop off all of this stuff here in the hangar and stack it all. Let's see, we've got 4 Mark 5 adaptive invulnerability fields. That's nice. We have a Mark 5 medium afterburner. That's definitely going to be used. We're going to debate back and forth between the medium shield booster or running 3 invulnerability fields. If we were running the MOA trainer, I would say just go for the 3 invulnerability fields and run a passive fit. But we're in the Corax trainer, so we'll have to see what kind of resistance we're working with. And what kind of like distance we're working with on our medium rapids. We're also going to accept our blueprint for our first ship that we want to get into. That is the Heron Covert Ops. It's going to take us a while to be able to do the planetary and our minerals, but with that ship, we can start looking into scanning in high sec and low sec. I think that'll be a really good way to get our hands on some of the materials that we miss a lot. Hey, where's my upload? Okay. I was saying, getting our hands on a Heron Covert Ops is going to be a really good ship for us to get materials for other ships that we want to build. The next thing I want to reverse engineer, let's have a look. We could go for like the Caracal at a 77% reverse engineering. That's not the greatest, but it would be a significant upgrade to our current ship, which is the Caracal Trainer. The other ship we can look at, once we level up one more time in our tech level, we can get ourselves a MOA, but we need level 6 Caldari ship debris. That means we need to find a location that will give us level 6 or level 7 encounters and missions. We'll have to look at how that goes. Could also look at something like a Korak Sniper could be good. Oh, it's just something to look at. I think this thing is harder to make. Yeah, it requires Noxium, which we can get pretty easily out here in Losec. But I'd rather get a ship that I can focus on one type of rock. I would really enjoy getting my hands on a Manticore. Once again, that's gonna take level 6 Caldari ship debris. But it would be a really nice ship to have for us. A lot to be considered. Alright, so let's have a look at our brand new ship. What'd you get out of that wave graph? Oh, nice. So we're going to go ahead and open this. We're going to select the Caracal trainer. Make sure it's actually selected. And hit confirm. That is now in our inventory. We're also going to open this. And we're going to get our Caracal trainer skin. Wow. Okay, here's our very first cruiser. Super excited about this. This is gonna make a huge difference in our bounty ticks. So long as we can keep it alive. So I really want to go with the medium rapids. They're gonna have good application. Very similar to what we have on the small missiles that we already have right now. But instead of a 12-second activation time that we had on the small missiles, we're going to have a 6-second activation time. That is going to be double our DPS. We're also going to get a huge amount of DPS from just having medium weapons as well. You can see here, like a Mark 5 small missile is 19.6, whereas a Mark 5 medium is 27.05. So the base range on a medium rapid is 15 kilometers. With our current skills, it is at 18.72. We also have access to a drone, too. Interesting. We should consider getting ourselves a drone. I'm definitely thinking we run a medium Nosferatu. That'll give us about 12 kilometers with some amount of capacitor. I don't really know what to do with the other slot right now. I'd like to just have a second Nosferatu. We have 3 low slots, not 4. What's our flight speed? 291. We could probably run, like, a medium afterburner with 2 reds. Let me take off this Nosferatu. Yeah, we can't quite run that afterburner 24/7. That would be really hard on our ship. What if we just run 3 reds? Our defense is currently not very good. See if we can upgrade that. Can't really do much with that right now. Let's finish off the skill that we got there. And we're gonna get some skills into electronic warfare. That will now put our Nosferatu at still like 13, maybe 14 kilometers. I would much rather have a web of fire on here.
How are you feeling?
Let's go ahead and check our advanced tutorial. We can collect some skill points. That'll give us a Mark 3 stasis web of fire. That would be pretty good to have. I'm thinking we're gonna definitely need the shield booster anyway. We just don't have a whole lot of defense. Let's see where we're at.
Undocking.
This is our Caracal. Very weird looking ship. I'll give it that. We don't have a drone right now. I don't know. I'm definitely thinking we're gonna need that shield booster though.
Docking request accepted.
We now have a 19-kilometer missile range, so we'll keep our 18 orbit. Or we might go down to 17 orbit, but I don't think we need that. I also want to grab the skill chip here for Destroyer Engineering, which will give us 33,000 skill points back. We can use some of that to finish off Electronic Warfare. And then now we need to put skills into... What do we want to put skills into? Cruiser Defense might be really good. But I'd like to save my ISK, if possible right now, to try to get a second Caracal. This is something that we're gonna need, is drone. That allows us to actually use drones. So let's go ahead and get at least level 3. We don't have a drone that we can use right now, so we're gonna leave that empty.
How are you feeling, pilot?
I think we're pretty well ready. There's not much else to do other than to put on some capacitor control circuit stuff. And help ourselves stay running on that shield booster. Let's go ahead and run a small anomaly today, and then we'll probably call it there pretty soon. There's not a single small, but there is a medium. Let's go and see how well we can do in a medium.
Warp drive active.
We have a lot more tank than we do on the Thorax.
We're under attack.
Yeah, our tank is still a little bit to be lacking. No. No medium wave seeker. We take care of that guy up top. I'd rather be running smalls right now, but all we have is large and mediums. It's a little unfortunate that we have not seen any of the regular medium missiles drop from any of these guys, because that would be a much better weapon system for what we need. Oh, speaking of which, we just got a Mark V missile that we actually need. If I can get 4 of these, we will be completely good.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
You can pretty much see that with the new setup, we're doing the same kind of damage, a little bit worse overall, but we're doing it twice as fast, which is highly important. It means we can clear out these waves a lot easier and a lot faster. Our capacitor isn't that bad either, which is good. I would like to take care of these enemies, though. The same rules kind of apply for this ship as the Korax, where I want to be outside of their damage ranges, but I can't help it when something has like a 28-kilometer range and I'm having to fight that. The only thing I can do there is just try to make sure that it's one of the only ships actually shooting at me, and I just have to deal with the damage as it comes in. Taking some pretty heavy damage from this one that's like right next to me. Okay, now we just need to clear out that long range guy, and we should be pretty happy on this wave. Almost within our range. And It's definitely taking our ship a moment to get within range. That is one of the downsides to these medium rapid missiles. And we're going to change from orbit to approach, because clearly we're just having trouble getting close enough to him. That's a lot better now. Right now, the only damage coming in is from this Hitham Caracal with the long-range missiles. The other ship here is literally just giving capacitor to that ship. Might also be healing him. Interesting, we actually got a damage module for railguns, so that might be going on the MOA. Hopefully this next wave does not have many long-range ships.
Enemy ships detected.
Okay, they're spawning over there.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Okay, so we're gonna fly straight down so we can try to get away from these guys. We can turn on our shield booster for a bit. The further away I get, the better off I am in terms of their damage coming in. This one guy that's like right on me is really annoying. I'm gonna use that Nosferatu to attach to that one caracal that's pretty close to us. And help us keep that shield booster going.
Warning, capacitor running low.
We want to try to keep ourselves above that 30%. Okay, our first bounty tick with the caracal is 536,000, which becomes 1,072,000. That's very good. Unlike the Thorax that we were flying earlier, we're not moving fast enough right now to out-traverse this guy's guns, so he's gonna hit us pretty hard for a while. Nice. We may have to warp out on the next wave, depending on where they spawn.
ships detected.
Okay, they're pretty far away.
We're under attack.
We're going to use that to our advantage and see what decides to come up to us. This guy seems to be coming pretty close. So we're going to deal with him first. So the next guy coming in after this is this Pitham Caracal. It's between him and this frigate. But I'd rather get rid of him first. I'd really like to get my hands on some regular medium missiles. I'm gonna need 4 in total. And right now I only have 1. And this is how you go about just picking enemies off one at a time. You kind of drag them out until they are kind of separated and not doing as much damage. And you can kill them one at a time as they come toward you. Makes things a lot easier. You're still going to have scenarios like you see going to happen very soon where you've got 2 ships of similar fit coming after you. And there's not much you can do about that. As we get more skills, we'll get a better range a better flight speed for our ship itself. And so this won't be so hard and tedious. But we need to get that level 5 cruiser command, I believe it was. No, level 5 medium missile torpedo operation. So let's get started on that. This has gone pretty well so far. Not bad at all. I do not remember what wave we're on. I think we're on like 3 of 5.
Enemy ships detected.
Okay, we were actually on the last wave.
We're under attack.
Alright. So we got no loot out of those as well. But,
Autopilot
with
engaged.
that being said, we have upgraded to a cruiser for the first time as an Ironman.
Warp drive active.
It's not the biggest accomplishment, but it does make it more, it does make it possible for us to clear out these anomalies a little bit quicker and easier.
Docking request accepted.
We do need some more skills for medium weapons and cruisers, but the more we get into it, the better off we will be. Hopefully, over time, we will be able to get 4 of these medium missile launchers, which means we can stay at a much longer range. And we won't have to worry so much about damage coming in. We'll wait for our next bounty tick to see what that gets for us. It should be very similar. I would think somewhere around the 300,000 mark. I think from here, we're in pretty good right now. We do need to get our hands on a ship with better skills. Things like the MOA trainer would be great, but it's really only going to help us with survivability. We can run medium railguns on it, but I don't have a whole lot of ships that drop medium railguns in our area, so we will probably have to run missions in high-sec for a while to try to get our hands on some rifled railguns, or snub-nosed railguns. I'm more leaning toward rifled railguns right now, but we'll see how that goes. We're only about 13 hours now from our tech level 6. So, huge bonus coming up pretty soon. But you won't see it until the next video. Come on, I just want to see that bounty tick for the last part of that. The first one was 536. But this next one is probably going to be like 300. We cleared that pretty quickly. I'm very happy with that. The only thing I would have been happier with was to avoid damage just a little bit better. Because this, Caracal just really struggles with taking damage. It is meant more as a sniper cruiser, where it keeps range, and deals damage outside of enemy damage ranges. Be pretty soon. Yeah, we should be within like 1 minute. There it is. Okay, 520. Very nice. 578. So, we're making about $1 million per bounty tick if I include combinations. If I don't include combinations, we're about 550,000 per bounty tick, which I think comes out to 1.5 million per hour running the way we are. It would take us about 5 hours in order to pay back this ship if we bought it off of the market. Thank you all so much for joining me today on another episode of the Ironman Challenge. This is going to be a really long challenge. I still don't know what our end goal is, but it would be nice to reach, I don't know, maybe like build a faction battleship or something. Could be a lot of fun. We have a long way to go. This is not going to be a quick series, and it's certainly not going to be a whole lot of progression in every episode. In this early kind of couple weeks, it's going to be a lot of progression, but not a lot of capability. After that, we really need to start looking at, like, getting into shipbuilding and reverse engineering, because everything we do has to be done by ourselves. Of course, we can always have help with, like, clearing in anomalies and getting loot that way. When events like this come around with the Waste Seekers, it's like once every 6 to 8 months that we see something like this. So utilizing these events can really bring us a lot of capability and potential to this character that we would not have had previously. So I'm going to say thank you all so much for joining me and all the support that you have given me. It has been awesome. Y'all have been leaving a lot of comments on our videos on YouTube. It's so crazy. Wow. I can't thank you enough. So I will see you on the next one. Take care and be safe. I think the next one will be Dormant Realm Monday. So I will see you then.